Notice is hereby given that the City Council of City of Dilley will conduct a regular meeting on Tuesday, December 9th, 2025, at 6:30 p.m. at the City Hall Convention Center building, located at 116 East Miller. Following items to be considered, call meeting to order at 6:46 p.m. Roll call, please.
Eric Aranda, council member, place number 2.
Alicia Machado, Councilmember, place number 3.
Rudy Alvarez, Councilman, place 5.
Natasha Prado, City Secretary.
Henry Arredondo, City Administrator.
Mayor Alexandria Inocencio. Not present today is Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo, Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. Employees in the audience. And welcome all guests that are here today, community members. Can we all stand, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance to United States and Texas flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Invocation, please.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today with gratitude for the opportunity to serve our community. We ask for your wisdom and guidance as we discuss matters that impact the lives of our citizens. May our decisions be made with integrity, fairness, and a deep commitment to the well-being of all. Bless our leaders with clarity of thought, patience in discussion, and unity in purpose. May this meeting be productive, respectful, and filled with a spirit of collaboration. We pray for the strength to uphold justice, the courage to make difficult choices, and the compassion to serve with humility. May your presence be with us as we work together for the betterment of Dilley. Amen.
Amen.
Item 5, citizens to be heard. This is the opportunity for citizens, visitors, and guests to address the City Council on any issue or any item of the agenda in compliance with LGC Section 551.007. City Council may not discuss any presented issue, nor may any action be taken on any issue at this time. Citizens to be heard are limited to 3 minutes each. Attorney General Opinion, JC 0169. Do we have any?
We have none.
No citizens to be heard. Moving on to item number 6, consent agenda. Discuss, consider, and act on the following items. A, approve minutes of November 11, 2025 regular meeting. B, review of city bills. C, approve employee incentives for the month of November 2025. Do we have any employee incentives? And for the record, we do have Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda, with us at 6:49 p.m. Welcome, Mr. Aranda.
Hey, Mayor.
So there are no incentives for the month of November. Council, if anybody has any questions on any of the items in the consent agenda?
Oh, I know. I had to turn it around.
Flip it on the top. There you go.
There's no Sam's bill. Is it on a different name?
Is the Sam's bill under a different name, the credit card for Sam's?
The Sam's bill wasn't paid
November.
in November. It'll be paid in December. The bill got sent back through the mail, saying that it wasn't a valid address, and we had to call it in through that way to get it.
So what address is it gonna go to? What address is it gonna go to now?
It's still the same address as it was, it's just that the mail took it back. We never received the bill.
From the next month, it's gonna be November and
It's
December?
going, yes, next month it's going, for the next meeting, it's gonna be higher because you're gonna see it would be the payment for November and December, and then the regular December bill
With a late fee.
with late fee, yes.
But isn't it something that you know you're gonna pay automatically? It's like, why isn't the bill here? You know, it's due,
Yes.
right?
It's paid every month, so it
Yeah.
should be missed.
Thank you, Natasha. Are there any questions regarding the bills? Or again, any item on the consent agenda?
I have a question on Premier Civil Engineering. The payment, is that for it's 198,300?
Yeah, so
We approved
that's
that.
it was brought to council at the last meeting. And it's the payment for the work at the
The sewer plant, right?
sewer plant at the prison, yeah, for a lot of the design work.
Okay.
That one and the Colinia Vargas one.
On luncheons, I think we need to cut back on luncheons. The last luncheon was $1,000. And employees. I understand that they need to be appreciated and stuff, but we shouldn't be paying that many luncheons. They're very costly for the city. Taxpayers are paying for that.
We do have Republic Service contributes $2,000 for one of the luncheons.
Who did?
Republic Service, the trash collection.
See, but that donation for Republic Services is written into the contract for the city. It's not necessarily written in for a public party. It's written for city needs, for community needs. I would prefer it go to the community instead of employee appreciation.
It is stated as charitable events or city events or to the city. In the contract with Republic, it is stated that the donation is to be, could be utilized through charitable organization, city events, or to the city, however the city would like. That's stated.
But somebody has to make the decision on what to
Right.
use it still.
Yeah.
There are no other questions or discussion. If I could please have a motion?
Motion to approve the whole consent agenda.
Do I have a motion?
Mayor, move that we approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Place 3, Alicia Machado. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to item number 7, department reports. Do we have a library representative here today?
No, we don't.
Court report? Municipal?
No,
City secretary report?
yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Our Christmas parade and lighting was a success this year. We had characters, vendors and music for the event. We got really positive feedback from the community, and we hope to expand for the following years. Our next event will be with the police department, where we give out toys and we do a movie. It will be scheduled from December 17th. It got changed to December 18th due to
Red.
the movie, the setup. They can give it to us on the 18th, not on the 17th. And then also just is that election is slowly approaching, and the notice of deadline to file an application for pays on ballot has been posted on the city website as well as in front of the door. And for the 2026 elections, where we will be attending training January 22nd and 23rd for the early voting election seminar.
What is the date for the application?
The date for the application is January 14th through February 13th to file.
February what?
February 13th.
13.
Thank you. What is the name of the training that y'all will be attending? With the
The
team?
election and TMCCP election seminar.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to item D, City Administrator Report.
Okay, Mayor and Council, we had Cooper McCabe. He's the seismologist with the and the field engineer for the University of Texas. They wanted to finalize the location. Rudy took them over there to the Lions Civic Center Rodeo Fairgrounds, and they want that location. So they've already sent the agreement. They've changed they have updated their coordinates, and they're just waiting for us to sign the agreement, and so they can go set up their.
So they're not gonna go to the back?
No, because they saw the construction and everything that's going on over there, and Rudy sent them out there to the Civic Center, and they prefer that.
They're better off over there.
Okay, we had Thomas Ferrito from the Office of the Attorney General's Office, public information request. They want a copy of our two most recent financial audits and annual prepared financial statements. And I'll get to Natasha and to coordinate that to upload into their system. Bowen Crisp sent us the schedule for Christmas. I put it there on your area. So for the Christmas trash collection on Monday, December the 22nd, there's no change, normal service. On Tuesday, December the 23rd, there's no change. It's a normal service. Wednesday, December the 24th, no change, normal service. Thursday, December the 25th, it's Christmas Day. The office is closed. So that pickup will be now on Friday, December the 26th. Friday, December the 26th pickup will now be Saturday, December the 27th. So those are the only 2 days. And then for the New Year's, Monday, December the 29th is no change. Tuesday, December 30th, no change. Wednesday, December 31st, no change. Thursday, the 1st, the office is closed. So that pickup will be now Friday, January the 2nd. And then for the Friday, January the 2nd pickup will now be Saturday, January the 3rd. The work has begun at the park. They've already cleared all the running trail, and they've hauled the majority of that off. We have been communicating with the ICE and of course Civic. They want a change to the interlocal agreement. Right now it's for families detained there, and they want to include adults. So that's in process. Of course, Civic is working with them, and once the final language and documents approved, we'll bring it back to council for council approval.
I mean, at the same rate?
Yeah, it's the same. It's they're not changing the capacity or anything. It's just the adults.
They'll just get
makeup.
more.
Yeah,
they'll
right
get
now
more
it's just
peso.
family. Let's see. Else. That's about it. Oh, one, we did, in working with the warden from TDCJ, he did provide support. We appreciated that. Rudy had, how many people did? 4 that helped him at the park to set up lights and, with the Christmas decorations and stuff. And they are gonna continue to help us with other projects. That's what they told us. And that's it.
Thank you. E, Police Department report.
And the chief is
Chief
not
not
here.
here.
He is, his wife is graduating, so he's at a graduation ceremony.
F, Public Works Department report.
Update. We are, I don't know if you noticed that we put a white background on the welcome to Dilly sign at the main park. So tomorrow we're gonna be doing some digging and setting up power to that location. We have some lights that were purchased and we're gonna put them on there for the sign.
I
don't know if
have-
y'all noticed that back.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Who approved it to be painted black?
Well, that's what color it was.
No, it wasn't.
Hmm?
No, it wasn't. It was the brown, like the, what do you call it? Like,
It was like a primer. It had like a primer.
again, who approved the being painted black?
I guess it would be me.
Okay, the last. Thank you.
Yeah. What do y'all think? Does it look good?
I haven't seen it.
that white
Disappointed because
background?
it should have been like the iron
Like rustic.
rusted. That's what it should have been, and that's why it was the way it was. But, yeah, you did what you did.
I think it looks good. I want to see what it looks like with the lights to see if
More glossy.
it might be need a little bit more depth, maybe so the lights
Find out
can.
tomorrow on the lights. I'll put that power in there and then hook up those lights and see how,
Mhm.
if they don't work well, we'll put some of those areas like lights that go on the ground facing it,
Oh, okay.
so.
Mhm.
Be it, man.
I just have a question, Rudy. The banners, the Christmas banners that were ordered, I didn't check. Have those been put up?
Yeah, we have them, we'll just get them too.
Okay.
I already have one. I requested 3 more connections for the lighted. Of your solar decoration. So they'll be coming in, EP will be here tomorrow and finish those 3 extra.
Okay. Thank you.
Rudy, a few months ago, we approved the purchase of the, I don't know what it's called, but it's like a tarp for the fencing. What's the status of that? I mean, there's a lot of trash there that, I mean, is visible.
School, they got them, a company out of Houston. They just need some correct exact measurements. We can do that tomorrow and so we can get an actual true quote. That fabric, yeah.
Yes. Thank you. And council, I do want to say, if y'all want to look, now they started cleaning up outside the Lions Club as well as inside, getting everything organized. So hopefully it looks a little bit better, but we do want to see that coverage up soon. Thank you, Rudy. G, Fire Department report. H, Engineering report.
So real quick, update, Mr. Arredondo mentioned that. Mr. Arredondo mentioned about the trail. We conducted an inspection this past weekend. Everything looking good. They're tearing out all, as per plans, all the existing asphalt that was there. So they're gonna now start moving along pretty quickly. They have submitted their first invoice. We reviewed it. Everything looks good for $12,000. It's just for mobilization and some more pollution prevention items. So that everything looks good on that end. And
for the wastewater treatment plant. TCEQ, finally, they send the approved permit. I believe, Rudy received it today in the mail, so it's very good news. So we officially now approved, to expand to 0.5 MGD plant, on the wastewater treatment plant. And, as we said on the previous meeting, we submitted the construction plans and specifications to Water Development Board, and they're still currently reviewing them. So hopefully we hear something from them. As soon as they give us the go-ahead, we'll bring back, and we'll ask for the pre-construction meeting. Sorry, for the pre-bid, for permission to go out for bids, and we'll go from there. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the item number 8. Discuss, consider, and act on environmental assessment for water well improvement project with the Texas General Land Office.
Mayor and Council, we have Carl Lesser, our grant administrator, to discuss this item.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So this evening, you have the entire copy of the environmental assessment for the City of Dilley Water Well Improvement Project that is with the General Land Office. You may recall that the city received an award from the General Land Office, the amount of $2,134,900. The city has met continuously with staff from the General Land Office. They were actually have been here in Dilley, and we've coordinated with them continuously here for the last 2 or 3 months, and the environmental assessment is complete. Let me just say, this is a very laborious, intense activity. The city has coordinated with all the other federal and state agencies, the Texas Historical Commission, all the Indian tribes that have an interest in Frio County, TCEQ, Texas Parks and Wildlife, the list goes on and on. And so communication and coordination has been made with all those agencies, and at the end of the day, everybody has concurred that this project is not having a negative impact on the human environment. We're not doing anything to cause any concerns or any problems. We just propose to drill a water well and improve the amount of water for the potable water for the residents of the city of Dilley. So it's a 16-page assessment. Like I said, it was a lot of communication, a lot of letters and that, coordination. After tonight, this document will be uploaded onto the portal of the General Land Office. And the state agency will have a statutory 15-day comment period. So on and about, considering during the holidays, on or about the first of the year, the city of Dilley is going to receive the authorization to use grant funds. And so we'll be able to move forward with the project and be able to draw down funds for soft costs, both engineering and administrative fees. So there is a place on the back of the document, on the last page for the mayor to sign. Be my recommendation to the city of Dilley that you accept the environmental assessment as it is today and authorize the mayor of the city of Dilley to sign the document and provide Esser and Company the opportunity to upload it onto the portal at the General Land Office. Anybody have any questions?
No questions. No one has any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no questions or further discussion, Can I ask for a motion?
We're to approve or accept or.
Yeah, it should be a motion to approve.
I make a motion that we approve the environmental assessment for water well improvement project with the Texas General Land Office.
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Place 5, Rudy Alvarez. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item number 9, discuss, consider, and act on HUD Form 7015.15, request for release of funds and certification.
This is the actual request for release of funds and certification that goes along with the environmental assessment. We have created this and already run it by and had the General Land Office review it. This is probably the most important document that in the entire project. It actually is a certification and a request for release of funds that the city of Dilley has met all requirements and requesting the General Land Office to release the funds. The General Land Office staff, the environmental staff has already reviewed this form and they have approved it. So we're here tonight just to accept it and approve it and authorize the mayor. She is a certifying officer for the environmental, being in the position of the mayor, and authorize the mayor signature there certifying the city of Dilley, which is the responsible entity. So that'd be my recommendation, and I would request a motion to approve that. And once she signs this tonight, we will also send this to the General Land Office tomorrow, and it will start the 15-day comment period. Okay?
There are no questions.
Mayor, move that we approve the HUD Form 70.15.15 requesting for the release of funds and certification.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Place 3, Alicia Machado. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 10, discuss, consider, and act upon authorizing advertisement for bids for construction of water plant improvements, CDBG, CDV 23-0482, and publish notice for the same.
Thank you. So we considered it to be timely this evening since we were here visiting with the city tonight to place this item on the agenda. This is the other water infrastructure grant that the city of Dilley has been awarded. This one is with the Texas Department of Agriculture. It is in the amount of $500,000. And it is to provide improvements at the water plant, to do upgrades there to the aerator, and also to provide a generator at the well there at the, they call the Civic Center water well. So the environmental assessment on this project is already complete. We've already submitted that to Texas Department of Agriculture. They've already gone through their comment period. They've already approved it. So the environmental assessment on this one is complete, and the city's already received the authority to use grant funds. So Premier Engineering, the engineering firm that y'all selected, they are currently finalizing the specifications and plans for this project to be able to go out for bid. We plan to advertise after the first of the year. We'll have at least a 15-day advertisement period, and also contact contractors individually that may have an interest in this and submit the bids to the city of Dilley and review the bids and make a recommendation of award after the first of the year. So we're just, tonight, all we're doing is just requesting to get authorization to be able to advertise and go out for bids and to meet that milestone and to be in compliance with the state agency, the Texas Department of Agriculture.
Mayor and council, just some commentary. About 2 years ago, when we applied for this, we did agree that we would put in $25,000 match. Okay, so once it, so we are obligated for 25,000, but
Do we have any questions? There are no questions or discussion. If I could please have a motion?
May I move that we authorize the advertisement for bids for construction of a water well plant improvements, CDBG, CDB 23-0482, and to publish notice for same.
Motion on the table by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda, as stated. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Y'all have a happy holiday, and we continue to look forward to working with the city of Dilley and improving the quality of life for the residents of Dilley, Texas. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 11. Discuss, consider, and act on the purchase of an advanced meter reading AMR system and associated meters.
so Mayor and council, there's a folder here. This is for this item 11, and Mr. Trevino is gonna come and present the product.
Evening, Mayor, Council, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dan Trevino with HydroPro Solutions. Just a second here. So HydroPro Solutions is the master distributor for technology in the water and wastewater industry. So we're not a standard pipe valves and fittings distributor. We use technology to solve problems for cities and utilities. I got it going right here. Flip it out. And for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to touch on the technology side of it. I'm free to answer any questions you have after the fact. If y'all want to get into the technical side, I think we can focus on the benefits and the reasons why this technology is beneficial for the city. So what we're proposing today is an AMI Allegro cellular network using the master meter products and communication system. Just touching briefly on HydroPro Solutions. So again, I'm Dan Trevino. I'm the South Texas sales manager for HydroPro Solutions. I cover the southern third of Texas, basically Del Rio to Kerrville, Bexar County, Victoria on down. So I'm based out of the valley. I'm in this area all the time. So we're based in Georgetown, Texas, just north of San Antonio. This is our third increase in ground space and personnel that we've had over the life of the industry. So we're a growing company. HydroPro Solutions has been around for 15 years. The three principals for the company all have at least 25 to 30 years experience in the water industry. We've got employees that have come from being operators, have worked with cities. So we know what the hot points are, what cities need, and where to focus our efforts and technology. We have field service technicians that go throughout the state, troubleshooting systems, helping out utilities with whatever they need. We don't sell a system, and that's the last time you see us. We're there. These systems are designed to last for 20 years. For better, for worse, you're going to see somebody from HydroPro for the next 20 years, dealing with warranty issues, troubleshooting meters, training, any increase in software that needs to be trained on. We can do it on site via Zoom, different technology. So we're here to stay with you for the life of the system. We partner up with cities. We don't consider y'all as customers. So just some references here close by of the AMI system. So AMI basically stands for Advanced Metering Infrastructure. So it's the smart system for meters. There's also a handout in your packets that have some additional references. Probably my best reference is Eagle Pass, Texas. They had a drive-by system or 3G AMR system. They upgraded up to full AMI on their fixed base system. Every meter in Zapata is ours. We have Pearsall, we have Lido, we have Pleasanton, Jordanton, a bunch of the little the rural waters, Yancey Water, Benton City Water, Atascosa Water, Cibolo Shirt. So we have some really good references in the area. Y'all are free to contact any one of them and get the good, bad, and the ugly. They're going to tell you the truth of why they deal with us and why they deal with Master Meter. We're confident in anything they may tell you. If you need contact information, let me know. I can provide all that. So this is just a quick touch on the different technologies as they've grown. Years ago, it started out with just manual reads. You know what the guys are doing now, going to each meter, getting a read, writing it down, taking it into the girls in the office where they input it into billing. The software creates a bill and the bills go out. Very time consuming, very apt for mistakes. Numbers get transposed. People can't read people's handwriting. You know, there's a lot of different things that come as a drawback to a direct read system. That went up to 3G, which is drive-by. Basically, the guys have a read unit, they drive by the city and they pick up reads that way. So Allegro Mobile is kind of the go-between between going full AMI and still reading in drive-by mode. And Allegro AMI, whether it's fixed-based or cell-based, is basically all your reads going straight to the office twice a day. You get 24-hour reads twice a day. Instead of getting one read a month, 12 reads a year, you're getting 24 hourly reads every day of the month. So any issues that come up, leaks, tampers, counterclockwise flow, you're going to know about it, or staff is going to know about it right then and there versus every 30 days. This is the meter that we've talked about. It's a Sonata ultrasonic meter. Ultrasonic is the new technology. Yeah, there's a sample of it going around. So manufacturers are kind of focusing on ultrasonic technology because there's no moving parts. One, it's more accurate for the life of the meter. And because there's no moving parts to wear out, it's going to be accurate for the life of the meter. Some of your meters, talking with Rudy, I know he's got a good exchange program for older meters, but there are some meters that are probably 5, 10, 15 years old, 20 years old. As mechanical meter ages, it's becoming less and less accurate. So you're losing water. The city's not capturing all the revenue that they can be through each meter. And then you extrapolate out, 1,300 residential meters that you have. So the water loss becomes an issue. This takes care of that problem. They're designed to last. So the warranty on those is 20 years, 10-year full replacement, 10-year prorated. So it's a 20-year product, which is, yes, sir.
Because they're digital, what's the battery life? I mean, are they going to last the warranty period? Or?
They are designed to last 20 years. So of course they're made by man, things happen.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we do have that warranty period of 10-year free replacement. Warranty issues are, it's very easy. Basically, staff tells me this meter's bad. We get you a new one. You swap it out. I pick up the old one. We send it back in a Master Meter. Master Meter sends back a new product. So their warranty program is not very stringent. We're not going to haggle. We're not going to say, no, this meter was good. No, if you say it's bad, it's bad. Master Meter has one of the easiest RMA and warranty programs in the industry. That's something else that we can get. So I can give you contact information for the people in the office, for the billing girls, and also for anybody in the meter shops that handle warranties, and they can tell anybody that wants to listen, how easy it is to deal with. It's pretty miraculous that a component, an electronic component that's sometimes buried, sometimes underwater, is warranted to last for 20 years. I mean, your TVs aren't usually warranted to last more than a year or two, as they're sitting on a shelf in your house. So, the pickup rates on these is very low. So basically, a mechanical meter needs X amount of flow to start registering. These will pick up on 1/64th of a gallon. So basically, long story short, every drop that's going through that meter is getting captured. And that again reduces your water loss. They have alerts built in, tamper alerts, burst alerts, counterclockwise leak alerts. All that information gets transferred up to the office real time. That's basically some of the design aspect of it. And these meters can be used in any one of the systems, cellular, fixed base, or drive-by. That's the CAD-M cellular endpoint. So there's two basic technologies for full AMI. It's fixed base, which requires an antenna and a base station at your water tower, and some repeaters spread throughout the city. That takes upfront cost. That because there's infrastructure involved, we have to bring a crew, we have to supply the material, and install it. And this way, with the cellular endpoint, it's a much easier transfer over to the new technology. It's basically, instead of having a big radio in the center of town, each individual meter is its own radio. And its own communication system. So that's a technical aspect of it. That's basically what it looks like. It's an antenna that plugs into the meter.
So then-
Quick connect. So, yes.
Fixed base, you're saying you still use antennas, but the antennas are gonna read the meters?
So the meters can have the radios inside the meter. And a base station and antenna can be put at probably your water tower. 99% of the time it's on your water tower. And it can capture the reads from each individual meter.
So what's the difference between that and cellular? Because
So cellular has that endpoint, that black round object is the radio. So it's external. One, it gives it a better throw, a better reach. It uses cell technology, uses the AT&T cellular network. So it's pretty much nationwide. And you don't need that upfront cost of the infrastructure. We're talking $100,000 to $120,000 upfront just for the base station and
so that's an additional device that attaches to this?
to the meter. Yes, sir. We also, and I'll touch just briefly on gas when Mr. Olivares and Mr. Arredondo and I were speaking, we're talking about including the gas system into this technology. We can do that. We're focusing on the water for now. If at a later date, we do want to include gas and just kind of roll it in, it's a seamless transition. So
No,
that's basically just some.
As we've discussed before, this, I'm sure this is an excellent meter. And we are certainly in need of this system. How are we gonna pay for it?
On the next item, we have our financial advisor here. And he'll present
How are we gonna pay for it?
most of it will come through internal savings. Yeah, through additional revenue that you're
And-
not capturing right now.
And that's kind of what I'll touch upon here in just a little bit to kind of allay some of the fears and answer some of those questions. So just going through the technology part of it. Like I said, any information is on there. You can ask me for any technical aspects. So and people will ask why AMI, why go to this kind of technology? It does cost money for the city. The first aspect is productivity for city staff. A lot of people think, well, municipalities, smaller municipalities and utilities can't afford such a robust system. Well, those are actually the entities that need it the most. You have just enough guys in the field, in public works. They're handling new accounts, they're handling shutoffs, they're handling leaks, they're handling repairs. A lot of the crews you know, wear different hats. Some are doing parks and rec, some are doing, you know, maintenance, building maintenance. So there's always something for outside staff to do. They have to take out time to go and read meters. Sometimes it takes 3 days, sometimes it takes a week, sometimes it takes, you know, more than that. Then that information has to get transferred over to the girls in the office. Again, a manual inputting of 1,500 reads is very time consuming for inside staff. Then they run the reports. A lot of times there's some weird reads or consumption that are out of the norm. So then the girls have to get a list, send it back to the guys. Hey, go recheck this meter, get a reread. Maybe the number's transposed. Maybe they have a leak and they didn't know about it and their consumption is sky high. So it's very unproductive for staff to read them the way you're reading them now.
I'm sure this is
So-
a fine system and fine meters. Have you looked into the references, Mr. Arredondo?
Mm-hmm. He had them there. And
No, have you?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
You checked with these cities that they've done
Yes.
business with?
Yeah.
What,
I'm
what,
gonna
did-
make,
what did,
I'll,
what did
I'll
he say?
read my recommendation after he gets done with his presentation.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So what do
So-
they say?
So I'll read my recommendation after he gets done with his presentation.
Okay.
So, and with that technology, as I touched on before, the alarms and alerts go out immediately. So if right now someone has a leak, it could be 45 days before they catch that leak. You know, the guys read today, they get a leak the next day. You go 30 days before you read, you get your bill, then you know, the customer figures out, well, that usage is way out of line. They go out and search for the leak. It could be 60 days before they get to it. This way you are capturing all this water and the city is not having to forgive water. We all want to do what's right by customers. If someone has an abnormal high usage because of a leak, municipalities will try and do the right thing and work with that customer. But that's still water that went into the ground. That's still water that was lost, that costs money to be treated, to be transferred, to be taken care of. That basically just goes into the ground. This avoids a lot of that. So your increased revenue is pretty much where a lot of those savings come in. I'm not sure what your water loss is now, give or take, but with these new technology meters, because the old meters aren't capturing all the revenue that they should. And right now, if you do have leaks and are not catching it, you're losing water. And as discussed, that water takes money to treat, it takes money to hold, it takes money to distribute. So in a system this size, you're gonna have increased revenue because you're capturing as much as you can every drop of that water that's going through the system. It also helps with transparency on your customers. There's an optional customer portal where your customers can see real time how much water they're using per day, per week, per month. They can keep track if someone's on a fixed budget or they want to keep their bills, you know, in line and they're used to having whatever it could be, $75 water bill. If they set a threshold, it gives them an alert. Hey, you're getting close to that threshold. It's barely the 15th of the month. You know, we may need to slow down on that. You can also set it to where you're gone if you're on vacation or gone from the house for a week, 10 days, 2 weeks. There should be no water that goes through there. If there is water that goes through there, it alerts the city and it alerts the customer as well. There's a burst pipe, there's somebody filling up their swimming pool, your neighbor's filling up their swimming pool or water in their yard, whatever the case may be. But again, the benefit of it is capturing that water that otherwise would be lost, that water, that money. So this slide is basically just more technical part of it. So the good thing, I touched base a little bit about Master Meter. The good thing with Master Meter is there's some meter companies that some companies that provide these services, purchase the meters from one company, purchase the antennas or hardware from another company, and purchase the software from a different company. So you have two or three or four different entities having to communicate and work together. Master Meter builds the hardware, created and controls the software. So they're in control from end to end. If there's any issues with that, master meter are the ones that you call master meter are the ones that handle the issues. They're based in Mansfield, Texas, just south of Fort Worth. So they're a Texas company. And yet they sell throughout the country. They've got over 10 million units spread throughout the country and growing, every day. They've been in business for 49 years, going on 50 years. They were created in 1976. The good thing with them is they've had continuity in their principles. The president of the company just retired. The original president of the company just retired 18 months ago. So he was there for almost he was there since the inception. Senior vice presidents, high-level executives have been there since the company was created. So that's a long way to just say Master Meter has been around and is not going anywhere. They're not a fly-by-night company. They're big enough to handle any needs that y'all have, yet small enough to be able to adjust and, take care of any issues that come. That's basically it. That's just a more technical aspect of it. With this system, any software updates can be done over the air. Your personnel doesn't have to go to each meter to update any information. It's a one-time fee for the software. Any updates to the Harmony Encore software is included for the life of the system. It's Microsoft Azure. Everybody's worried about hacking and, people stealing your data and things like that. Don't get me lying on the technical. I think it's 254-bit encryption. You probably know we're tech guy. That's supposed to be the best in the industry. So the your customers' personal information is going to be secure. Again, you can drill down, so the girls in the office can drill down to every 15 minutes so that you can see the usage. If someone has a question on their bill, says, hey, there's no way I use this much water, girls in the office can pull up their account, give them a history by the month, by the week, by the day, down to every 15 minutes. So they can see where that water is being used.
Mhm.
Someone that has an irrigation system doesn't realize how much water really goes through that system until they see that in black and white and hard numbers. That also goes back to not having to forgive a lot of water because there's a discrepancy. Well, it looks like you have a leak and the customer says, well, no, I don't. Well, this is kind of, you're having continuous usage for X amount of days. So it's protection for the customer as well as for the city. That's just basically the deployment, some technical aspects of it. That's a little detail on the Harmony Encore system. This is more geared toward the girls in the office. It's very user-friendly. You get all the information that you need, reports, history, Public Works can use that information they garner off of that to plan for future growth. We need bigger lines here. We need, larger valves there. So the software is very intuitive. That's just a dashboard of what the girls can see that they can customize. Another good aspect is if someone's closing their account, they can grab the last read from the office. They don't have to roll a truck. That avoids having the guys, have to take off what they're doing to go and get a final read, take it back to the office before that customer can close out their bill. That's all done in real time. You can add bill pay to this system. So you can have automated bill pay. I'm not sure if the city has that now. You can add that to it and have the bills get paid through the portal. That's some of the My Water Advisor that the customers can see. And really it depends on, so it's a one-time fee for that. Really, it just depends on what the city or staff thinks is going to be the engagement rate on that app. Some utilities have 3 to 5% engagement rates. Some utilities up north have 30, 40, 50% of the customers sign on. It's basically just entering your account information, getting a login, and you're good to go on your phone or your tablet. So that's a good option, and it's no cost to the customer. It's a one-time fee to the city, and that's it. just some more aspects of the My Water Advisor.
So are you able to track like your daily consumption rate, like per day?
Yes, you can see how much you're using per day by those graphs. So you can get granular down to the day on that. So you can see when you know you're watering Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, you're gonna see how much more you're watering than the regular. Once you get history, a year's worth of history in the system, you can actually compare how much water you're using compared to your neighbors. So if one house, their lawn is super green and, you know, super nice, and yours is not so nice, but then, you know, you can kind of track how much water you're using compared to how much they're using, and you can kind of see a difference. That's why the bill is what there is. Of course, that's not with any kind of information as far as dollars or things like that. It's basically just usage, patterns of usage. We're proposing a turnkey project. We kind of discussed if city staff would do the installs on this. Again, city staff doesn't have time. This is almost 1,500 connections. So what we do, we have certified contractors that's all they do is do projects. They do installations. So a contractor, we get the details down, we get a time frame on when it's conducive for everybody to pull the trigger. And we get material on site, contractor comes down and just blows through the installations. A city this size would probably take 6 weeks, maybe 2 months from start to finish. We have a project manager that's a liaison between us and the city and the billing company. I think y'all use Encode, if I'm not mistaken, Tyler Technologies. So our project manager, that's what he does. He's if anything, I think he has OCD, honestly, because he's so detail oriented. It's great that he is, I'm not, but in that role, you really need to be. So he's.
So this pricing doesn't include installation?
Yes, so there's a line item towards the bottom and that includes installation. So there's a separate line.
Right there where it says, meter pit will be assessed, well, I guess that's where the meter is gonna go, right? So you're gonna, cause I've seen some meters where they're all full of dirt, so
Yeah, so
your team will clean up all that area, and what about the box that protects the meter?
correct, so.
Do they provide that or
it
not?
when they show up on location at each meter box, so that installation price is what the kind of an industry term like for like, which means they show up, the old meter can be removed and the new meter can be installed without any extra work. They can do some digging, but not excessive. If it's piled over or the box is in the way, or there's a big obstacle with broken curb stops, broken valves that aren't functioning, you have to be able to turn off the water. Leaky pipe, anything like that is extra cost, and that's all negotiated ahead of time in a pre-installation discussion with the city. They can leave it, make a notation, hey, you need to replace this box or move this box or fix the curb stop. We can do it, it's gonna cost you X amount, or we can leave it up to you, move on to the next one, leave it up to the city to do that.
But that price is discussed before this, that comes after this price, or
Yes, that would be an
an
addition,
additional cost?
correct.
So we wouldn't have any idea of how much additional would be. It
Yeah.
would be zero, we decide to fix everything.
Yes, correct. Now, that is contingent on, so if the crews are gonna be here for 6 weeks or 2 months, that's contingent on the city fixing the issue before they leave. If there's an additional rollout after the fact that they have to come back, then that's an additional.
So would y'all assess everything before y'all start the project and recommend, okay, this is what we recommend y'all fix before we start? Or,
We can do a box assessment. In a city this size, that's probably, and just off the top of my head, 25 to 28,000 to go to each box and assess each box.
how much?
25 to 28,000 for about 1,500 connections. That's just to assess each box, but basically do a box audit is what they call ahead of time. So and we do projects all the time. We do small 200 meter entities up to, we've done Round Rock with 40,000 and those guys up in North McKinney with 70,000. So that all comes up throughout the installation, and that's just basically communication between city staff, city manager, anybody that's in charge making those decisions. But we have meeting upon meeting before the installation, before the project kicks off, during the installation. All that is communicated, so nobody is surprised, in the end. Usually with funding, they will kind of figure anywhere from 5 to 10 to 15% contingency for things like that. So if they don't, that money's there set aside for those unexpected issues. If it's not needed, then that money isn't used. If it is needed, it's and really, it just depends on the state of the current system, how it is now. Some utilities are in better shape than others, and some conditions are in better shape. For instance, I have utilities where gophers are a big problem. And they just tear everything up and they cover everything up and they tear up boxes. And so that system, and that goes every month, the gophers are an issue. So they could assess it today and next month, it's going to be a different story. So that's why having that conversation, that communication during the installation process is usually the time to do it. And that's basically it. I don't know if y'all have any questions or y'all need more technical points talked about or.
Questions? This quotation includes residential and commercial? or
Yes,
just
sir.
Everything?
And installation.
Everything.
With installation, yeah. So those are the meter counts provided by staff. So that includes all the residential meters as well as the commercial, the flanged in meters as well. We actually I was able to get some special pricing for you guys. Timing is a factor. It's got to be ordered or decided upon by the 31st. But if you'll see on there, there's some night items with no charge, software, billing integration. Billing integration is $8,000-9,000. Software is $18,000 to $20,000. So there was some and some discounted pricing on the product itself that I was able to get, but time is a factor. And that's from the manufacturer. I basically had to go to the manufacturer and say, hey, what can we do for the city? We kind of have to get as lean as we can. What can we get out of it? And that's what they gave us. But timing was their only issue.
On this page, what is that? It reads manufacturer tariff surcharge of 7% plus any applicable buy board fee will be added to invoice.
So
And it says tariff, but it says, 38,000.
that's basically where we are in today's economic landscape is
Tariffs.
tariffs are involved in pretty much every industry and every product. Every meter manufacturer either included the tariffs in their pricing or they have a separate line item for it. We decided to have it as a separate line item because if tomorrow tariffs go away, then that line item goes away. If somebody put it in their pricing, chances are they're not going to lower their price. It's very difficult for them to lower the price from where it is. So this way, if we have it on a separate line item, it's clear to everybody what it is, and if the tariffs go away, that line item goes up.
So on tariffs, like these meters are American made?
I'm sorry.
I know the company's out of Texas, you said, but
So the technology, basically the circuitry comes out of Israel. So the parent company is a rod. So a little background on a rod, they sell all throughout Europe, all throughout South America. Something that I didn't know before I started working there. So Israel is actually number 2 in the world after Silicon Valley on technology. I didn't know that. That's interesting to know. But so basically the internals, the technology comes from Israel. It gets sent over to Mansfield, and Mansfield has the meter bodies, the hard parts of it, and they install and put them together. So that's why the tariff is 7% and not 15 or 20%, because there's only tariffs on the part that's coming from overseas.
Do you have any other questions?
No, it seems like a fine product and actually, but before we spend $750,000, we need to look at all sides and and all options, but it sounds great if we can afford it.
Are we gonna get a financial report on
Yeah,
this or?
so, well, that's the next time I just wanted to read. So basically, imagine we're having a sales transaction between the city and the customer. Right now, we process with a pad and a pencil. And a employee gets in the truck and he goes down the street. This is highly reliable technology. It's to give you, more efficiency where you don't need that pad and the pencil anymore. And you don't need to be driving the truck down the street. This is highly reliable stuff. And I'll say the city's current water meter infrastructure relies on manual readings, which are labor intensive, prone to human error, and limit the ability to detect leaks or irregular usage in real time. As the city grows, the need for a more efficient, accurate, and modernized system has become critical. Advanced meter reading technology allows for automated collection of consumption data via radio frequency or cellular communication. The system reduces operational costs, improves billing accuracy, enhances customer service, and provides tools for better water conservation. So the purpose is to authorize the purchase and implementation of an AMR system, including new meters, software, and installation services to modernize the city's utility infrastructure. The key benefits: operational efficiency, eliminates manual meter reading routes, reducing staff time and vehicle use. Accuracy improves billing precision and reduces disputes. Customer service provides timely usage data, enabling quicker leak detection and customer notifications. Conservation supports water management goals by identifying abnormal consumption patterns. Scalability system can expand as the city grows. So those are all the benefits and the reasons why to have it. The next item will be the finance part of it.
So how do we have any idea how much how much revenue will increase with these meters?
So, I mean, there's no way that anybody's going to be able to tell you right now unless they measure every meter, right? But could be some places between 5, 10, 15, 20%, depending on the meters, the age of the meters.
And of course, we'll get to the next one, I guess, on the certificates of obligation. But what is the amortization on that? How much do you have to pay back per year?
Yeah, so our financial advisor, David Gonzalez, is here to present that item. Okay,
We know what this item.
well, we'll have to come back and
Right. Okay.
and take action on it.
Thank you, sir.
Anyway, nice.
Moving on to item number 12. Thank you so much for the information regarding this project.
We're done, financial advisor.
Right.
We all need a motion to reconsider the previous.
The previous.
So we have David Gonzalez with PMF Financial. He's the city's financial advisor.
Item number 12, discuss, consider, and act on resolution authorizing publication of a notice of intention to issue certificates of obligation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is David Gonzalez with PFM Financial Advisors. We've been the financial advisors for the city since 2012, so it's good to be in front of you all again today. As you all heard, the last presentation, now we're talking about financing. In the state of Texas, you only have a certain amount of instruments to finance these kinds of projects. I'm going to talk about one of them here today, and what we're talking about is certificates of obligations. I'm gonna go ahead and jump to page number 2. Here we have the working group participants. We obviously have the city of Dilley, you'd be the issuer, and then we have your financial advisor and your bond counsel, Winstead PC. Purchaser, paying agent, those are still professional services that are yet to be determined. If you jump over to the next page, on page number 3, the numbers that were provided to us, what we have ran an analysis for you all is for 750,000. Of that 750,000, We have 720,000 as the project fund. We're looking at a interest cost of 4.5%. Again, these are all preliminary numbers for this presentation. And I'll get into kind of timing and when all of that changes to final numbers and all of that. The average debt service payment on what we're talking about here today is 68,796. That would be the average annual payment if we would go out for that amount at that interest rate. The first payment would be in September 1 of 2026. That's if we would execute this loan, that's when your first payment would be due. And the term on this is 15 years. Because of the nature of these water meters, and sometimes the revenue comes in faster and quicker than you expect. Usually what we ask banks is to have a caveat in there. If we're gonna go out 15 years, I know the useful life is 20, but we like to have a feature in there that says callable anytime. That means if you all make all the revenue back within 6 or 7 years, you can pay it off at no penalty and you don't got to pay this out for 15 years. So we make sure to put that in the term sheet before we distribute it to all banks. On the very next page here, this would be slide number 4. It's kind of an Excel spreadsheet. In column 2, we have your current debt, all of your outstanding bonds in column 2. In columns 3, 4, and 5, we have the analysis for the 750,000, and you add it all up. And in column 6, you have your existing debt plus this $750,000 loan in column number 6. Column 7 has all of your self-supporting values. This includes all the enterprise funds of the city of Dilley that help pay some of your debt. It also includes, I know you all had CapEx Consulting that did a rate program study, a water and sewer rate utility study. This number, or this column number 7, includes their future projections, revenue projections. So that also includes that study that you all approved recently. So that leaves us in column 8. We're only looking at the first couple of years there, 2030. And you're looking in column number 9 at your INS. So you're not looking at any tax rate impact. This is all going to be paid 100% from your water and sewer utility system. And that is something that I believe your rate consultant projected when you all adopted the rate program recently.
So it won't be paid from taxes, it'll be from the revenue?
Yeah, this is not going to impact your INS. This is going to be 100% from water and sewer revenues. And then lastly, on column 5, today we're not approving a loan. You're not agreeing to terms. You're not agreeing to interest rates or nothing. All you're doing is giving your bond counsel and us the authorization to publish something in the local paper, which is called a notice of intention. You've done it in the past. It basically just lets the public know, hey, we're going to try to issue 750,000 for these purposes. So you have the Texas government code says you have to publish this in the local paper for 2 consecutive weeks in order for the attorney general to approve a $750,000 loan. So all you're approving today is to allow bond counsel to put something in the local paper for 2 consecutive weeks. And if you look at the dates that we have here, in the middle of all of this, we're going to work on a term sheet with your bond counsel that we're going to submit to several banks. Usually it's about 8 or 9 different banks, national, regional, and if there's any local banks that y'all want to participate, we can include them as well. We will come back here on February the 10th. At that meeting, we will have the final rates, the final terms, a list of all the banks that bid, what rates they submitted, the terms that they submitted. And at that meeting, you all can decide to move forward or not. So you're just giving us authorization to keep moving forward, and then we'll have numbers and terms and rates and everything for you on February 10th. If at that meeting you decide to move forward with the 750,000, we will close the last item there. We'll close on March the 12th, and that's when the funds will be delivered to the city's accounts, and y'all can begin work on the project. So that's what I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions for you all at this time. Anything.
You have any questions?
Explain to me again, for September of 2026.
Right.
What will we pay September 2026 without this loan, and what are we gonna pay with the loan? What's the difference?
So in September 26th, you would be, you have your current debt service schedule that you have today. I don't have that number in front of me. But whatever you have level debt service across the board currently in your current profile. If you don't move forward with the loan, you keep paying that same amount.
Right.
If you do move forward with this loan, you'd have about an additional $30,000
Okay.
at that date.
And that's what I understood, but I wanted to make. Okay.
Yes.
So if we decide to go forward tonight, we're basically telling you we are willing to apply for the loan, but we're not sure if we're gonna accept it right?
Yeah, you're just authorizing us to move forward and publish something in the local paper. That's all you're giving us authority for.
Be harder numbers.
I mean, I think it's a great deal compared to the other companies that have come by. I just feel that we have to really think about this purchase or the expense. I would feel more comfortable looking at our numbers and seeing what we have right now, because honestly, we don't know what we have, what we don't have. I would just feel comfortable looking at.
Yeah, but I think we need
Or what?
to start the process as far.
No, I understand this point. Yeah, we're just gonna go forward and apply
So,
for the loan.
so does this, okay, so explain to me, okay. If you go and we give you the okay to do what you're gonna do,
Mhm.
does that give us him the okay that we're gonna do it?
Yeah, to March.
No.
Okay,
There's nothing final or committed until February 10th and March 3rd, or the last date on the item.
okay,
You can proceed with the intention that you're gonna finance this subject to actual financing.
okay,
But all you're really doing here is authorizing us to publish something in the paper. We don't know if a bank is even gonna bid on it.
Right.
It's giving us the green light to move. forward.
right, okay, I
Yeah.
understand that.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if it was, we got you and then he's waiting for an answer, and if we get you and we approve you, does that say we're gonna take him, or we just gonna wait to,
Oh.
you know what I'm saying?
I think that might be more for your attorney on that. I'm just here to talk about.
No, no, no,
financing. That's
I
a
know,
whole
I
other-
understand.
Yeah, so the financing is gonna be separate from whatever agreement you have to do with the vendor here, and that would really be a question for them as far as when they talk about time sensitive pricing and everything,
Mhm.
needing a commitment
Right.
before the 31st. Does that mean you can commit before the 31st and then not, and then delay everything for a few months until you know for sure
Yeah.
whether you have the financing?
The
That would be up to you'd have to ask.
the vendor,
Rep that was here, yeah. And we
That-
can
that-
go,
because I mean, you don't wanna do one and then we don't get it, and then we're stuck with doing it, and I'd rather make sure we have it,
Well,
then approve it, but we have to do something tonight with the approving it or not.
if you're leaning at all towards doing the project, again, you're not having to commit on the finance for what this item is about. You're not having to commit to that yet until you meet in
Right,
February, March. So you
right.
can go ahead and issue that notice and let them work up numbers and get more information as far
We're
as what the
telling
loan
both-
looks like.
We're telling them both of them yes, but we're not committed.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
I'm
for the
just- I'm
first-
just-
When we go back to the previous item,
Right, okay, as
Yeah.
long as he understands, I'm okay.
yeah, and then if y'all need to go back to the previous item and talk to the rep first, and
Right.
come back to the finance side of it,
Right.
we can do that.
Okay,
They're very closely related, but they are separate.
okay,
And I could add, if you know that you want to borrow 750,000, which I don't think that's 100%. But if you know that that's what you want to do, you can also pass something called a reimbursement resolution at one of your next meetings. And once you pass that, you can start using cash from the general fund. And then once you close on the $750,000, you can reimburse yourself, whatever you spend. If you know that's the route you want to go, but that's entirely up to you all.
okay. Thank you.
Let's see the numbers on the debt service, hard numbers first.
You were, okay.
I think it's as a first step.
Yeah, I think he's saying you won't see those unless you authorize this first step to go ahead and
Right,
publish
this-
the notice.
right.
Yeah.
And
Once we have this, the harder numbers as to what the percentage rate and all that. Right now, the first payment is 40,000 and it goes up to 78, 76 the following years. And it's also on September 1st, which may not, depending on the construction time, May not give us enough time to.
And
Yes.
I will also
Accumulate
add
the
that
payment.
the Federal Reserve is supposed to drop rates 25 basis points this week, which will impact this lower. These are preliminary numbers. We could go out for 10 years as well. So when we put out the term sheet to banks, we're gonna have two columns. We're gonna have one that says 10 years and one that 15 years. And we'll run the math on all the bids that we get to see what's most cost effective for the city. But these are preliminary and they are definitely a little bit on the higher end. It's not gonna be this, it'll be a little bit lower, but we have to be conservative.
Mr. Alvarez, I think strategically you can say, okay, we're gonna install the meters, the first meters on your hires, 10% consumers right away. And then that'll generate the additional. I mean, I feel confident about the payment. I mean, you know, you have the funds available to make the payment, the first payment, even without the revenue.
30,000, yeah.
Yeah, you have that already in the bank. Yeah, so, I mean, just feel secure and assured. Yeah, it's a high ticket item, but it's a technology that's gonna make the whole process more efficient. And you're gonna you're gonna capture, you know, the losses that you're not capturing right now. And with the
We also
losses
should save on labor.
on labor, yeah.
Mhm.
And
Like you said, the main thing is the losses, you know,
Yeah.
right now, everything's done manually.
yeah,
and
we're
the
in a
system.
paper and pencil right now.
Mhm.
Right? And then, you know, you can deploy the resources that are currently doing it to go do other things that are needed. You know, the guys have more work than you have manpower, right? You know, that's just the way it is. But
Well, I'd like to
And-
make a motion to allow PFM to go ahead and put notice of intent to issue certificates of obligation on the paper.
Motion on the table by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. As stated, do I have a second?
I second, Mayor.
Second by Councilmember Place Four, Ray Aranda, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
So, you know, some
So does anybody?
consider previous item
Mhm.
passed. We can go back to item.
Item 11.
May I make a motion that we bring back item 11 for
Okay,
discussion?
motion stated by Councilmember Place Four, Ray Aranda, to bring item number 11. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Second by Eric
Aye.
Aranda.
No.
All in favor?
Leave?
Aye.
Oh, can y'all call him back? And any opposed? No,
Can you call him?
motion passes. Can you call the?
Rudy, can you
Yes.
give Mr. Trevino?
But I think we really should know the numbers for 750,000 before we commit to purchasing.
So let me open the item. Discuss, consider an act on the purchase of advanced meter reading AMR system and associated meters. Go ahead, Mr. Alvarez.
I think we should get them, the first step should be how much, a closer look as to how much it's gonna cost us. Because these figures were estimates, you know, on average.
Well, I think that's what
And,
this is. no,
so
this-
The estimate of the
This
city already, it
estimate-
already includes all our commercial and residential rates.
No.
Yeah, but the
Our-
cost of the financing is not set until until he does the
Yeah.
advertising and get
Right.
some bids.
Right.
Well, that's
but he
why-
does- he-
That's why when you look, when he presented his numbers over here, he didn't use he
Right.
used 750,
50.
which includes the additional 35,000 that we might not use.
Well, yeah, but-
Yeah. But we don't know how much it's gonna cost us to pay those $750,000. This,
But according
this
to,
year is,
but according to the study, we're gonna
Really,
make
really-
that money back on.
this year is based on averages, trends. But once we get the information from the finance consultant, they will have a more accurate picture.
Yes.
But it have-
So he was saying that the market, he's thinking that the market is gonna,
Fluctuate.
the
No.
rate is gonna go down by 25.
Mhm,
So then you'll have the investment banks competing
mhm.
for the offer.
But now this is based on 4.5%.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
if it goes down to 3, that's great.
lower
But,
payment, that is,
25%.
and that is correct.
But that's, that's a crystal ball thing.
Yeah.
So On this proposal, if we agree to this, of course, you saw the financial advisor, we have to wait till February, till March to see we get funds.
Correct.
Are you locking in this price?
So that would be a conversation I would have to have with the manufacturer. So the way it works with the turnkey project is it goes in stages. So the first stage is ordering the product. Depending on availability, it could be 4 weeks, it could be 8 weeks before material is ready to ship out of the manufacturer and go on site. We would issue an invoice for just the material, and then that would get paid
By us?
by whoever has the money.
Let's say it's out
So he
something.
said
Be fine.
we should have the money so we could get reimbursed if everything goes through, but my thing was, if it doesn't go through, then we're gonna be stuck and, you know,
With the bill.
Because we won't know until February.
yeah.
Mid-February, according to this schedule, sometime after the 10th,
Right.
that's when we'll know if we'll actually.
I can go back
Make a motion.
and make some inquiries, but if we wait till next council meeting, it's gonna be after the 31st. But we can have discussions on that. I can't make a promise, I wish I could, so the kind of deciding factor for them to give us that discount is timing, they're trying to, you know, end their fiscal year. As long as we get the order by the 31st, and then I can ask for some lead time, hey, can you not ship for 3 months or something? I'm not sure I can do that, that's a discussion I would have to have. And I can have that with them first thing in the morning and get you answers.
Because obviously it's something we need to do, and I think it's cost efficient. We'll make our money back, I think, with the increased revenue.
And that's
But
what,
we need to be able to lock in this price, and we can't make a decision until February,
Right.
you know? If we're stuck with the bill, I think maybe according to analysis from previous, that we will make that money anyways, but we don't have to play that
But we
game, you
don't-
know, take a
But we
chance.
can't
You know,
finance
that's
it.
also an estimate as to how much, so it's a roll of the dice and that we're gonna, that our revenues will increase by these amounts.
It is, but I think if you look at the time we're spending on fuel, the time of the guys, and all that, you know, it's all gonna balance.
It all,
I mean,
it all
we
balanced
need to
out.
modernize the technology at one point because we're still doing pen and paper.
Right.
And we need to get
It's also
better at this.
one less clerical position that's already making 40,000,
as your,
60 with benefits.
as your financial advisor said, that's where, in terms of the timing, that's where a reimbursement
Yeah.
Right,
resolution will come in, you pay out
Right.
general funds, and then
Refund
those
resolution.
funds came through, you reimburse general fund. So
I think it's worth taking the gamble.
I think it will, well, I don't think, based on the previous vendor we've heard, and now this is definitely a good amount that's been presented to us. We've got answers to what the questions we've been asking in the past. But also not only will it alleviate the workload on our staff that go out, but there's a lot of questions and things like that throughout the system that I think this overall would be, you know, a good improvement for the municipality. I do have a question. Once the project begins and installation of the meters, about what is the turnaround time for completion?
From the time that meters, so a lot of things happen at the outset, and that's where Jake,
Right.
the project manager, comes along, so we have to get installers availability. As well as product availability, but once material is on site and the installers are on site, it should take anywhere from 6 weeks to 2 months.
Okay.
To do the whole city. So we would coordinate with the girls in the office to make sure that doesn't interfere with billing.
Hmm.
It doesn't interfere with Rudy's guys, because they have to be, they don't have to follow every crew, but they have to be available when there's questions, hey, do you want to do this, do you want to do that? So we get with everybody's schedule, and that's where the pre-planning meetings come up with all the parts.
Alrighty, thank you. Do y'all have any more questions?
I do have a question. So how can we tell him yes today and
Mhm.
he's gonna proceed and order all the supplies?
Will you, could do
Come
contingent?
Come January, what if we don't get funded? What if they look at our books and say, hey, we can't give you the loan? Then he has his order in and we didn't get.
Yeah, that's what I say, let's get the money secure first. We don't get the money till March.
Again, it's a gamble because you're risking that prices are gonna go up or gonna go down, but they typically always go up, not go down.
You see what I'm saying? So what if we tell you yes today? What if we tell you yes right now? You turn around and you're gonna order all of this product. In February, we tell you, hey, you know what? We decided we're not gonna go with it anymore.
We would take back the material with the restocking charge. And that would be basically whatever master meter charges.
see what I'm
for
saying?
a restocking charge, on the material portion.
Mhm.
I think we should wait till we have the money. I mean,
Well,
if
again,
there's a risk
again,
of it
I
going
agree,
up.
yeah, but if we wait till we get the money and he comes back and it's gonna be $100,000 more,
Mhm.
we're gonna come up with $100,000 more.
But
The other
it's,
thing is,
it's 4 months from now.
we can't buy something if we don't.
Oh,
have
I
money.
get it.
So.
Well, yeah, we'll just charge it on the credit card.
You know, I'm not.
But
worried
you see,
with
you-
the
I
payment.
think we'll get financed.
It's not that we can't, I don't see us, we'll be able to make the payment, it's the financing that it's like, that's where the issues. How are we gonna finance the 750?
Well, again, it looks,
Well,
And again, I mean, it would be
Certificate of
possible, it
obligation,
would be
yeah.
for the meters itself, the cost would be upfront what that is, but we can always make a motion contingent on, he is gonna go back and find out that information, provide us the feedback tomorrow, and then contingent on that, if we have to bring it back, we can do that as well.
I mean, the other option that you have is to go through government capital. Right, it wouldn't take us long, but the cost, the finance would be higher.
Right.
See, we have to know that, how much the cost would be if we go with government capital
And
instead of the certificates of obligation. Right now, you're estimating 4.5%. It could be lower. We don't know.
Could we do it?
I also wanted to
Special
make sure
meeting
y'all had
just-
seen because I just got this contract today. It does have some typos and things that need to be cleaned up in it. But as far as the pricing sheet, like in the presentation, they were talking about different ways to measure the meters.
Mhm.
That's built in here as far as I can tell, cellular option.
AMI cellular price.
Are there any other? Like, is that something y'all elected to put in here, or is there another option? Are there other options, I guess, my questions?
Yeah, the other option would be to invest like $150,000 into the infrastructure to do all that reading. But with this one, it's less because
This is
AT&T,
the lesser.
yeah, AT&T. So this is the more affordable option for city.
What do y'all think about that?
I would say let's wait until we have harder numbers on the finance. And then commit to the system. I think it sounds great, and the price is
It's great.
better than what we've been listening to the
But
last.
I think as a salesman, if you wanna get our business, you could work with your manufacturer. Hey, we really wanna lock in this price. This is the situation they're going through, you know, and
If it was up to HydroPro, that would be an easy question and an easy answer, but because we basically have to go back to manufacturer and see what they're willing to do and not do.
yeah.
Mhm.
That's where we're kind of at one.
So so y'all don't have the meters on site. As far as you don't have a warehouse full of meters.
We have inventory to not to that extent. Whenever we do a project this size, it always comes out
Yeah, get out the-
of their inventory, yes. But we do stock inventory for day-to-day purchases and things like that.
How soon would you be able to get that information? How soon can you get that information once you speak to the manufacturer? By noon tomorrow?
If, I don't know if it's possible to have another discussion before, the end of the year. If I can get you that information, what I can do is get you what the price would be without that extra discount. If you order in February or March or whenever you get funded, you can kind of compare. And that maybe will help shed some light on if it's worth the urgency or not worth the urgency.
We can always also have a special meeting as well for this if needed, if that's what council wants to move forward with.
That is gonna require the fourth council member though. Just.
Yes.
Mhm.
So if y'all, you don't have to
You-
take any action. If y'all aren't ready to act one way or the other, you don't have to. So we can just move on to the next item if you're not ready to take action one way or the other. And we can get a response and let council know whatever information we get, we can share that with y'all as soon as it comes in. And then if you need a special meeting, we can look at.
They can look into that. Okay. Do you have any more questions or no? Anything else that you need to add?
No, I think I can get you some answers to your questions pretty quick, and I can communicate with Michelle Redondo, and we can disseminate it to everybody and take it from there.
Okay,
I'm
Thank you.
available at any time. My cards are in all those packets, so emails, texts, phone calls, smoke signals, whatever you need to do, get a hold of me and I'm available.
okay, thank you. We
Thank
look
you.
forward to hearing from you
Thank you.
tomorrow.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Alrighty.
So we make a motion.
So
to-
do we want to, do I have a
Table it?
motion or we can move on to the next one? Let's go to item number 13, discuss, consider and act on fourth quarter ending in September 30th, 2025 financial statements.
Mayor and council, we have Leanne Pyatt, our CPA, here to present this item.
Good evening.
Good
So in the
evening.
Package, you have the fourth quarter financial statement. I will say this is not the final because your audit is your official financial report for the fiscal year. Speaking of audit, we hope to have the auditors in-house early January so they can get the report finished quickly and get it to you. Regarding, I'm just going to run through and highlight a few things for you. On page 1, of course, is your summary by fund. Page 2 is your general fund revenues, and you will see in the third column the percent. So your property taxes came in more than your budget. Your sales tax was more than budgeted, and your franchise fees were more than budgeted. So your total revenue, just over 2.7 million. Moving on. Page 3, you have your departments. Hold on, yeah. Oh,
It's
sorry.
gonna be page 81 in your packet.
Oh,
No, no.
I'm giving them their number on their packet.
Doesn't work.
This no, it doesn't. Oh, well. Okay,
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm there.
I'm there.
everybody good?
Thank you.
Okay. So do I need to go back or?
No, you're-
You're good
no,
on
you're
that?
good.
Okay. So moving on, page 3 is going to be your departments. The total budget for each department. And their year to date. Page 4 highlights at the very bottom, your revenues came in at 145,000 more than your expenses. Now, again, subject to change because there are things that the auditors will, they do what's called OPEB, other post-employment benefits. And so it's an actuarial calculation that is crazy, but they do that. So there's some things that move around between years. We go and make sure that everything that should have been expensed to last year, maybe a bill came in yesterday, for example, and it's a 9/30 bill. So we go back and make sure that all of those, so this report wouldn't reflect if a bill came in yesterday that was actually a September invoice. So that's why remember, this is a draft, but on the draft, 145,000 revenues over expenditures is very good. I'm just gonna, you've got your hotel occupancy on mine is page 5. I'm not sure what yours is.
83. Right there.
83, okay. So I know y'all have spent some of your hotel occupancy tax monies for park improvements. And that's why it's showing your revenue, your expenditures were more than your revenues, but again, that's restricted funds. Can't be used just for general operations, you know, paying a police officer, paying salaries, it's restricted. So page 84 is your utility fund revenue. Year to date, you came in at almost 2.9 million. You budgeted to use 500,000 of your fund balance to balance your budget. But if we move on to let's keep going, you've got the departments on page 85. Shows you your departmental expenditures, page 86. Your revenue was, your expenses were over your revenue by 236,000, but you did budget to spend 512,000. So you didn't spend the whole 512,000 that you budgeted to spend.
From
You have a
the fund
question?
balance.
Yes.
From the fund balance?
Yes, you budgeted 512 from fund balance, but right now with the preliminary numbers, you only spent 236 of that 512, which is good. Then we go to the prison fund. Y'all have had a lot of expenses out at the prison fund. And so you will see the revenues were less by $377,000 at the prison fund. And I know there's been some talk, I'm not sure, Mr. Arredondo, if y'all have discussed just
Yeah, this is-
there's utilities. It's the, you know, and so you're billing the utilities for the prison.
Yeah, so the discussion with CapEx with Jeff Snowden, he's looking into this to see if they need to increase the rate at the prison utilities. So to recapture some of that expense that we've had to take on, you know, the big one this past summer was, last November was the new well. I mean, not the new well, the new piping. We had to replace all that. We had to replace the new pump. We had to replace the new electrical panel. We had the transformer, the new wiring, all that. All that is original equipment, over 30 years old. And
So we haven't billed for any of that?
no, so he's gonna study if we needs to increase the rate or go and collect from the prison. From TDCJ.
Okay, but
So he does that.
my thing is that they want that rolled into the rate.
Rates, yes, usually that's what they.
So we have to look at history
Yes.
and then put it into the rate for the future.
Correct.
I mean, if they're willing to pay for our expenses, as you know, then that would be great.
Yeah.
But I think that's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
And the remaining are you just your water plant construction pays the debt. Your new infrastructure, the prison plant construction. So the rest of the report is your debt service or your minor funds. I really wanted to highlight your operating funds, being your general fund, your utility fund, and of course that prison fund. And hopefully you can recoup that loss because it's purely associated with providing the prison with utilities. So, any questions?
You know what, offhand, what our fund balance is in general fund and in the utilities?
You know, I would love to have that on hand, but I can get that to you. I can email that to y'all. And it'll be an estimate. I don't have it off the top. I work with too many numbers and cities that I would hate to quote it right now. But I can do it. You're asking for general or water or?
Well, there are two main operating funds, which would be the general fund
Okay.
and the utility fund.
Okay,
The utility, and on the first page is showing that, of course, we've spent more, we've overspent on the utility fund. General fund seems to be on the revenue and expense summary.
On the revenue on the utility fund, that gets back to that fund balance. You use it as a balancing number for your budget, but you don't re-recognize it as revenue because you've already recognized it. It's basically saying we're going to use our savings. So that's why it's showing your revenues are lower. You did use over 200,000 of your savings.
Right, because
So-
according to the last audit report, our savings were not that much. Not even the 200,000.
I will say I'm glad the prison came back because there were, there was some concerns that Mr. Redondo and I spoke about with the general fund.
Uh-huh.
And so that has helped a lot.
Okay.
Any other questions? If there's no further questions or discussion, I'd like to have a motion, please. Motion, please.
Accept the,
Oh,
accept
investment
the
report.
quarter.
Yeah.
Well, I can't get back to the top of the agenda.
We're in item 13.
Yes.
May I move that we approved the fourth quarter ending in September 30th, 2025 financial statement as presented.
Motion by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. As stated, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Place 3, Alicia Machado. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Opening item number 14, discuss, consider and act on fourth quarter ending in September 30th, 2025 investment report.
So you have your investment report on page number
92.
93, 90,
Oh, 93.
93.
93, okay. The top portion is this, what the city has basically in your possession of the certificates of deposit. General fund, you have a CD that as of September 30th was $55,652, and utility fund was $145,882. The general fund just renewed in September, and it will mature September 20th of 2026. The utility fund will be maturing January 18th. 2.64%, and the utility fund is 2.49%. The bottom portion is the funds for the project, wastewater project at the prison. These funds are not in your possession. They are held in escrow. I think we discussed last time. And so if you have expenditures, then they release the funds to you and then you can pay your expenses. But we are required to report this because it's truly city's monies. It's just not in your hands. And so they are drawing 3.83%. And you can see the interest received this quarter, which is very nice, $77,689. And that'll go towards cost of the project. So it's just additional revenues for the project. Any questions?
Do you do the bank reconciliation?
I do.
You know what again, offhand, our cashing bank was at the end of,
I can go look it up and come back.
What month?
Is it current? The bank reconciliations
Yes.
through,
They're all done except for I needed one report, which I got today to finish the pooled account.
the pool account through, November through October?
I can pull November's bank, cash account that's in the bank.
Uh-huh.
If you want me to go borrow one of the computers in the back, I can come back and tell you. Or I can email you tomorrow.
Okay, no, for next time. You have no idea how much it was.
I just don't want to quote it off the top of my head. I just was doing bank reconciliation somewhere else, and so I don't want to. I have about 50 different accounts I do bank, and I don't want to, I key numbers in, I don't have them memorized.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
If there are no other questions or discussion, if I could please have a motion?
Make a motion that we accept the quarterly investment report for September 30, 2025.
Motion by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda, as stated. Do I have a second?
Second, Mayor.
Second by Councilmember Place Four, Ray Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Leanne.
Thank you.
Item number 15, discuss, consider, and act on MOU between the City of Dilly Animal Control Department and Jackson's Brush Puppy Rescue. Council coming up to podium, and we have Representatives Catherine and Isa from the Jackson Brush Puppy Rescue, and of course, our ACO Omar.
Welcome.
Good evening.
And signing our memorandum of understanding.
Want you? Oh, thank you. What this memorandum of understanding would allow, our partnership would entail, would basically be, it gives animal control a 501c3 avenue for the public to make donations, whether it's in-kind donations such as, kennel, metal roofing that'll help drop temperatures for the kennels and the animals. I think Omar had reads up to like 140 degrees, dogs being because of just the Texas heat. So this allows an avenue for him to accept those types of donations. Within the agreement, we do ask for 10%, though Jackson's Brush Puppy Rescue asks for 10% of any cash-based donations. And what that 10% would go towards would be any administrative reporting. We've got to file and keep everything in account for donor tracking, as well as reporting to the IRS for our status. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, and Kate is here in Pearsall, and we are really just trying to help benefit the animals as well as the community.
Omar's had a lot of people offer to donate money, but they want that tax receipt, so this
allows him and those donors the ability to make those donations for the benefit of the welfare of the animals, as well as the welfare of the community. I was just over in another city, 3 dog bite incidents. So also being able to further additional programs such as spay neuter, or being able to take, just better care of the dogs while he helps get them out. And I can't think of anything else. Oh, if you take a look at our flow chart there, you'll be able to see how that.
Anyone have that?
No, so the reasoning that was pulled out, legal is gonna update us on that, but I just want to provide the opportunity for Isa and Catherine to kind of give us the information offhand.
Yeah, so there are a number of projects that would benefit animal control facility, as well as for the animals, such as that metal roofing to help bring down temperatures. There's a bathing station that's in there, and nobody's expecting for the city for the public to be paying for that. We know that there are other projects that take precedence. And we want to be able to give that avenue for donors and for Omar and the animals to make those improvements as needed. In that outline that will be updated, there are a number of projects that are already hot items, that would truly benefit the welfare of the animals. And everything would just, we've got a flow chart of how things would be tracked and managed from a finance perspective of in-kind donations, sending out thank yous, sending out donor receipts for people who need it for tax purposes, for tax write-off purposes. Again, all just to be able to benefit Omar and the dogs and cats.
Omar does the best job with animal control of
All of the
any
animal
city
control
we
officers we
work
work with.
And we would be so delighted to be able to help him continue his mission and our mission. So, yeah, we just want to help Omar help the dogs.
I really appreciate you coming on board and partnering with us in this aspect because it's something he's talked about before that we have people that want to help out, but because we're not 501c3 status, we can't do that. So I really appreciate you coming on board. And we understand that everything takes a percentage because you have to still manage your nonprofit. But I think it's all beneficial toward the city of Dilley. So I really appreciate you coming on and partnering with us to do this.
Yeah, and that percentage goes towards the, like I said, the administrative cost. So we've got a bookkeeper that helps us reconcile every month to make sure that nothing is getting overlooked. We are very, very by the book and like to keep things as transparent and straightforward as possible. And any excess funds that so let's say it helps us cover a portion of our bookkeeper for the entirety of the year. Once that's met, it would go towards our mission, which is getting dogs vetted, healthy, and out of state.
We don't do any local adoption. I mean, this area is so heavily saturated with dogs, as you all know, and yeah, everything gets way out of here.
And we do work with trusted partner rescues that are very transparent in what happens to those animals because, again, we care. We wouldn't raise money to pour into these dogs' health and well-being without knowing where they're going. Anything? Do you have any other?
So what's the name of the 50?
Yes,
C3?
I'm so sorry. Jackson's Brush Puppy Rescue
Out of where?
out of Pearsall.
And who's on your board of directors?
We've got 1, 2, and Christy Contreras, who is actually a vet tech at Pearsall Vet.
So we're gonna ask the citizens of whoever to make they're gonna donate to the city of Dilley, but they're making the donation to you.
So the way that it would work is Jackson's Brush Puppy Rescue would have a separate program. So the program would be Dilley Animal Control Support Fund. So that is the
That's
program.
deceiving because the 501c3 is for your organization, not for the city of Dilley.
However, there are programs that support, whether it's a spay neuter program that benefits the city, which we have already worked with another city as well as Frio County to set that up. So we run and manage that to benefit the community members.
So technically, no one would be making a donation to the city of Dilley. It's going to your organization.
Exactly.
So as the city of Dilley, Omar can't say, hey, you're making a contribution to the city of Dilley because it's technically going to you.
People
You're
can,
turning around and making a
however-
donation to him.
however, yes. However, the way that it would work is people can designate where their funds go.
Right,
So-
but when they get a letter for tax exempt, it's gonna come from your organization, not from the city of Dilley.
Yes.
Okay,
Well, I
so
think they just want a letter of taxes in period, so they can.
I understand that,
Exactly.
but there's things that
If
we
I
can
can-
legally do and not do.
Yes.
I don't know how.
If I can jump in.
Yes, go ahead.
So I think there was some misunderstanding with this, because this came up in my very first meeting, but I hadn't really looked into it at the time. But if the question is, because that first meeting, y'all were trying to form a 501c3 like with the city, and I advised against that. If the question is, can people donate to the city for a stated purpose, the answer is yes. So I can walk up off the street and say, here's $1,000. I want you to spend this on animal control, right? That would get put on the agenda. And because it's got strings attached to it, right? And the city would need to decide, y'all have to vote to accept that $1,000, subject to the restriction I put on it, right? That it be spent for for animal
Right. it'd be
control.
mhm.
And we memorialize that with the resolution and all of that. On the tax deduction end of it, cities, just like state agencies and other public entities, are the same as a 501c3 for purposes of your donations. It's still a charitable donation that you can deduct. Most people are gonna take a standard deduction unless you're making a lot of charitable donations throughout the
Right.
year, but like small, if someone's donating $5-10,
It's gonna,
you're not gonna deduct that from your taxes at the end of the year, because the standard deduction's gonna be what you take. You're not gonna itemize your deductions, right? But if someone wants to come in and make, $20,000 donation, that would be something they would want to itemize. And the city can release a receipt. I mean, the same as a nonprofit would, you would issue a receipt saying, here's where your money went, right? It came to the city. And that would be the receipt you would use if you get audited. That's what the IRS would look at to say, okay, this checks out, right? This is actually a charitable donation. So you don't need an intermediary to accept funds necessarily. On the flip side, when I was reading this MOU, because it's great that an outside organization wants to help city, but you don't really need an agreement to do that. If this rescue wants to solicit donations and let people know, hey, we're gonna collect a bunch of donations, bundle them up and send them to City of
City
Dilley,
of Dilley.
that's great. Then they're a donor. And if they keep some portion of that, that's really not, the city wouldn't care about that, because we're just happy to get whatever check they give us at the end. It's great. It's money you didn't have before. So in that sense, it would be the rescue operating as like just a private donor,
Private donor.
who's gathering up funds. So I think everything y'all want to accomplish can be accomplished without any kind of agreement or any special steps.
A little bit of a written agreement with signatures, just for all party, yeah.
The only thing that the city would need a permit would be if y'all want to use the City of Dilley like logo or something. Otherwise, y'all, relative to the city, y'all are no different than a donor. Just a private person. Like if I go out on the street with a hat and a sign that says donations for City of Dilley, animal control, I'm no different than you all.
Well, it's not that it was useless, Mr. Aranda. The thing is that it's been a year that
No,
Mr.
I'm not saying it's useless. I'm saying that to me, it just doesn't make sense. Because yes, they can come directly to us and make the donation. Because if they really want to make a donation to the City of Dilley, they're not gonna go make it to your organization. They're gonna want to make it to the City of Dilley. And when you receive the check under your name, they're gonna question, it's like, there's something's not right.
Well, to the donor though, they don't care, right? If I give my.
Let me say this, Mr. Aranda. The city, as it is right now, we have already established a donation process here. So, so the reason why the 501c3 situation has started to come is because there was individuals, wealthy individuals out there who were asking for a 501c3. But that's the reason for them to try to help us. But everything else is coming here to City Hall. So the only circumstance that we need their help is for that document with those certain individuals. But everything else is coming over here to the front office, and everything that gets donated. I mean, like from all the organizations. Matter of fact, yesterday I received a big one for Tractor Supply, and that comes straight to us. All the medicines, vaccinations, and all that stuff is coming to us. 90% of the stuff that it gets donated, they're never gonna see it.
And that works. There's nothing wrong with that. And all they have to do is turn around and come and make the donation to the City of Dilley.
Yeah,
But some people prefer to go through 501c3.
Some individuals, they want it for the tax, and that's when they come in.
And what I'm saying is it's okay. Like if I have $1 million and want to give it to the Jackson Spudden Rescue, and then they want to turn around and give 90% of that to the City of Dilley, that's great. We don't need any kind of agreement. They can just do that. Yeah, we don't need any.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just want to make the percentage that not everything is gonna be run by that. We still have our system in place and it works perfect. It's been working perfect. So
That's why we want a memorandum of understanding outlining where those swim lanes are.
But I was saying the city doesn't care. how y'all do it behind the scenes. In the end, you're walking up with a check and saying, here, this is for animal control. That's the same as any other donor coming out and saying, hey, here's a check. Tractor Supply, right?
Well,
Coming and
it's
saying,
gonna
here's.
help to protect us as well, so that later down the road, if it's like some project that was unforeseen or I don't know, I've had to
I can't give
KYA.
y'all, I can't give y'all legal advice,
It's,
but,
uh,
and I can't, I'm not a nonprofit or a tax attorney.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
work with folks and
Yeah.
this was their recommendation based on our conversation.
I think y'all are just trying to protect yourself from somebody saying, well, I gave $100,000. Why did they give 90? What happened to our other 10? Well, because we have an agreement with the city that if it goes through us, we'll keep 10%. And that's just logical. I think,
And it's, I mean.
yeah.
They say, this is how I want you guys to use my donation. It's designated for.
And I think Omar has communication with these donors. We can tell them, okay, you can go.
Those donations though, in the future, definitely need to come to council. We need a resolution accepting.
Yeah, it's like, for example, when Mr. What's his name? The one who gave me the check for 12 grand, Mr. Hauser. He gave a donation for 12,000. And like those kind of big ones, if they would be to ask me for a 501c3, that's when.
Well, you give them a receipt, yeah, whether it's a city or a nonprofit, it's, for their purposes, it's the same. They need a receipt showing I gave it to it. Told them that. It's like an exempt entity or something, but it's an entity that the IRS has said, if you give your money to them, you can deduct it from taxes. The city and a nonprofit are the exact same for those purposes. So you can issue them on the receipt. But any kind of gift that has a string attached to it, like if someone says, here's a check for this project or for this department, that needs to come through council and they need a vote to accept it because it's earmarks funds and we need a gift resolution showing, that it was voted on and accepted.
And it's for that specific item, right?
That's for them to decide.
Yeah.
Someone could come and say, I'm gonna give you $1 million and build a statue. Scooby-Doo in the middle of the town square. They would debate and say, yeah, we're good, right? We don't want that. So every gift, any gift that comes with strings attached needs to go to them to decide if they want it or not.
So my question then would be, do you know several members of or any public members of the community that are willing to go through that process? And this way it's here's my money, I want it to go to them. We give them their receipt, there's no resolution, there's no extra.
It was still in the end, if you're essentially bundling donations, right? So you'd have a program where there's 10 different people come and put in $1,000 each, and you're writing a check for 9,000, right, to the city. What I'm saying is the city, from our end, the city doesn't care whether you got 10 grand, 15, 20, like. At the end, it's just a check that we're accepting as a gift, same as we would for Tractor Supply or maybe.
And how about in-kind donations? So if somebody wanted to donate $20,000 worth of.
Do the same
Actual work.
process.
Okay.
And
So
that would be on
regardless.
y'all's end if you wanted to take the in-kind and say, this is great, we're gonna spend 5,000 less on food this month. We wanna make a donation to Billy and the donor, you work out with them. That's great. It would be the same kind of process. Again, the only thing I can think of that would require like city permission would be if y'all are using the city. The name isn't trademarked, but the city logo would. So if you want to put the logo out there on a website or something, say donate a portion of these donations are gonna go to the city. We would do, but that's like more like a licensing agreement to let you use the city.
Use the
logo, basically.
like.
Yeah. But all the behind the scenes mechanics of how you solicit donations and all of that, the city doesn't get involved in that until the end when there's a.
We're accepting the donation.
Yeah, that offer of a gift, basically. Would then vote to accept it.
And again, that's where it becomes a little bit more streamlined dealing with us as opposed to several members of the community who want to donate. So it can go $1,000 a year from 10 different people and.
I think it's a great idea.
And then $100,000 to do this project. And we come and we share that with you and there's a resolution, but you're not dealing with 10 different community members. Trying to achieve the same thing. And I think for us, it's really just goes back to swim lanes of setting expectations on what types of projects and estimated costs and that's
Well,
really just.
and just from the city's perspective, if it was the other way around and the city was giving money to y'all in any capacity, then we would definitely need like structure and everything, you know what I mean?
And so our organization, that's what we're asking.
Okay. I will definitely, if it's something y'all are interested in, I'll look at it.
Thank you for putting that together, by the way.
No, yes, no, and that's why, after speaking with legal recently, that there was just some lines of communication that were not updated and so forth. Omar, I know you've been trying to get this going on for more than a year and so forth. And our last meeting discussing the 501(c), we kind of, put a halt in that as well. So we definitely appreciate y'all. I know y'all already work in partnerships already together, so even taking on this extra step for the ACO to continue his services, which he does tremendously. I just appreciate that overall, but we'll be in contact with legal, and then if something, again, like they say, need on their end, they need something. I know you said we don't, but maybe we can figure.
I'll reach out to y'all. Let me further and I'll reach out to y'all.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Are there any other questions from council members?
Thank you all so much.
Thank you for waiting.
Yes.
Okay.
Alrighty, so Austin, given that discussion and because the nonprofit is requesting that, would we need an action on?
So if the position is essentially they're not on their end comfortable doing what they're talking about and making a donation without some kind of agreement in place, then I will look at it from that perspective and I'll get with them and see what they all need and
Okay.
everything. But I've got my direction.
And just to clarify what was brought up before and our discussion that you and I had, it was because the direction was given that we couldn't give any type of documentation for that. And so donors were trying to seek other avenues. There's some projects that have been more than a year, and so
that issue solves itself. If the question is,
Yes.
can the city issue a receipt and then can that person use the receipt for their taxes later? Yes, that we can already do that.
Okay.
So,
Perfect. We'll be in contact.
Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty, so do we?
I have
do
my
we have-
direction. Y'all don't need,
Okay.
if it's something we want to bring back, we'll put it on the next agenda and
Got it.
I will get with them between now and see
Yes.
what exactly they need.
Okay. All right, moving on to item number 16. Discuss, consider, and act on the City of Dilley nepotism policy.
So this is, I can go over this briefly. The city basically has a policy in place now. I don't have the specifics, but it's in the hiring policies. It says if you are, you cannot be an employee of the city if you're related to an elected official, so a council person. I believe within, you'll tell me, the second degree.
And third ability, yeah.
Of consanguinity and third degree of affinity. I think. So that's pretty broad. That would include like, cousins and stuff, not just your immediate household. In a city like Dilley, when you have that strict of a policy, you tend to eliminate chunks of the population that could otherwise be eligible to hire, right? And it's just difficult. It's hard enough to find, qualified people for jobs anyways. And then when you limit that pool further, it can make things tough. So this was put on the agenda to have a discussion with council and see if y'all want to revisit this. The policy is designed it's to prevent a situation where a council person hires their brother and sister and mom and dad and all their cousins, right? All the jobs are being
But isn't this
given in
governed by
equality.
state statute?
It is.
So in terms of conflict of interest, that still applies. So when it comes to like voting on like
No,
we
it's
all have the, like,
relation, blood relationship, isn't that governed by state statute?
for conflict of interest it is. So if an employee comes up for a promotion and y'all are gonna vote and it's your cousin or your daughter or your grandparent, you have to recuse yourself and announce, I've got a conflict of
Right.
interest. I can't participate in the discussion, and nor can I vote on it, right?
But the reason we have nepotism is because the city council, even though we don't hire and fire like we used to, we still control and have control of the hiring process. That's
And-
why it's still here.
And so the conflict of interest rules will still apply, right? Like if y'all repealed this policy
Yes.
today,
And we also don't have a city manager form of government, which is another thing.
how do you mean?
Elaborate on what you said.
I looked at policy. In order to do away with it, you have to have an election by the people to form a city manager form of government. In
I'm
order
just
to do
talking
it.
about the high.
But
who's
can
eligible.
general law cities can do that? I think you have to have like 9,000 or something like that.
Yeah, I
But I think
don't,
we
I don't
can-
think we can get rid of the nepotism.
Well, it's
So it's
just.
not
But
about
it
getting rid
applies
of the nepotism.
because of the state statute.
And I'm not
Mhm.
proposing getting rid
Rid
of
of
it.
it.
What the question for y'all was, if you want to relax it at all, the key points to it are making sure that like you as a council person aren't voting for, you know, a raise or something for your.
We
for
don't
your
do that
family.
now.
Unless you do
I
it,
know, that's what I'm saying. Conflict of interest rules
Yeah.
already.
unless you give it to everybody.
Unless you're talking about a class of employees, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
right.
different. But when you're talking about promoting
Right.
someone or that specific individual, y'all are already required under state law to recuse yourselves. But state law doesn't prohibit, you know, just because I'm related to someone on council doesn't mean I can't work for the city.
Right.
Under y'all's current policy, though, it is. If I walk in with a job application, they're gonna turn me away and say, "Oh no, sorry, you're third, you know, you're three degrees of affinity would be like, you know, the brother of your brother-in-law or something like that. Like it'd be
Yeah, but.
1, 2.
That's for new employees. But if you're already an employee for a year, I think it was, unless it's changed, then
No,
it
y'all have
doesn't
the
apply.
way your policy is written, you have a prohibition. You cannot get a paycheck from the city if you are within those degrees of relation. And it's not even first degree, like
Yeah, it's
parent, child, sibling. It's the second degree of
Second
says,
degree would be.
An applicant related to the mayor or any member of the city council within the third degree by consanguinity
so third degree of consanguinity is your blood, right? So that
Yeah.
would be.
and within the second degree by affinity, chapter 573 of the Texas Government Code shall not be employed by the city.
Yeah, so that's referencing the conflict of interest rules, but applying them to make an employment rule. This is you cannot be hired.
But
So-
for existing employees, isn't there a time limit? I mean, after when it doesn't apply anymore?
Well, you would have been great if you adopted this after someone's hired. Yeah, they would have been grandfathered in.
Like if you've been employed by the city for 2-3 years and then your parent gets elected, that doesn't apply anymore, does it?
No, because you're.
As long as you were employed
It-
prior to
yeah,
that
well-
person, I mean,
Right.
Yeah, when
prior
it works
to
in
the
reverse, it's
prior.
okay.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean,
A year.
when if I'm already an employee and said my dad gets hired, gets elected,
Mhm.
it's
yeah,
that's
that's
fine.
fine.
Yeah, but the other way around, you're still, you know, as long as y'all are in office, you're eliminating your families to a considerable circle, right? Depending on how big your family is, if you have a lot of cousins and nephews and nieces and stuff.
But for a
it's
new-
lot
But
of
it
people.
doesn't, but it doesn't just affect us, it affects the city manager, secretary, you know.
It's all the employed, any paid position in the city
Yeah.
is you're banned. As soon as your relative gets elected, you're banned, you're until they leave office, you're not eligible to be employed. And it's not something that y'all need to act on tonight. It was just brought, the mayor and I discussed it. She brought it up as, and I've seen other cities of comparable size with similar policies. Over time, it inevitably causes trouble because it's like the situation, you know, arises where so-and-so's a retired person that's got their water and gas and oh man, they'd be great for some department, you know, or they're a finance whiz or something, and they'd be just great. We'd love to hire them, but we can't because of this policy.
Right.
So it is very strict, and if it's something I want to look at, we can look at it. But if not, if you want to leave it in place, then we won't bring it back. But
I think.
But I wasn't expecting y'all to vote tonight so much as if it's something you want to look at other options. Now other cities address it. I'll be glad to bring you some options at the next meeting. If not, then
In general line.
But when you say relax it,
Say it
to what
again.
extent? I mean,
Well, I know the city
At
of
minimum,
Lee-
you could reduce it to just the first degree. So that would just include my spouse, my parent, my child, or my sibling. So the first degree of consanguinity or affinity is my immediate, what we think of as like immediate family.
And it's
That
not
alone
governed
would-
by state statute.
So state law is still gonna apply. So your
Well,
regular,
but the state law tells you what time, to what degree.
in for a conflict of interest for when you need to recuse yourself. State law doesn't talk about being hired.
You know, well, that's why it's when you, if the city acts on hiring someone that is your daughter, son.
You would need to not vote
grandfather.
on it. Yeah, you would not be able to vote on it. That's true with or without this policy in place.
Yeah.
So right now in this policy, for example, I don't know, I'm gonna use Ms. Machado. If her son-in-law wanted to apply for a position,
So it's her daughter's
Husband.
spouse, so that's the second degree.
By
It's
affinity.
1 degree of consanguinity, but it's only the second
Second
degree of affinity.
just so I understand, they would not be allowed to, but the daughter would be able to, based on what our policy is stated.
It would also be.
Oh, she wouldn't.
No, the daughter would more likely not be.
that's,
Yeah.
that's close.
That's closer.
Okay, so that's where my clarifications, so it doesn't say that here as first degree or anything like that. It just says,
So the more degrees you add, the bigger the circle of people you're excluding, right? Like my
Mhm.
aunts and uncles are 2 degrees of consanguinity, right? It's my parents' sister, so it's
right.
So have we had a problem with that?
Have we had a problem with that?
Yeah, with that, hiring people that are,
Yes, we did. And I brought it up during one of our retreats, and I'm gonna be transparent because I am transparent. We discussed, because my brother-in-law applied for a position and he wasn't given an interview. And we
because of the
discussed
nepotism.
because of nepotism, and it was not for a department head position. And again, I'm being transparent as to the reason why I was looking into this, so I could better understand that. And again, it's not just for mine, it could be for any future employment from anybody, and that's the reason why I was asking and trying to get clarification on that. Because again, we don't hire, we don't oversee laborers, we do oversee department heads and so forth. So I had brought that up during retreat to council and we discussed that.
And if y'all did revise it, that would be one of my recommendations, would be one of the, like, in addition to the conflict of interest stuff, another kind of key part of these policies is you don't want someone in a supervisory position. I've run into that where it's the public works director
Right.
really wants to hire his son or daughter, right, to do work.
We've done
Well, now
that.
you've created, but
That has
that's,
happened before and nobody said anything about it.
The law is just so a family won't take over the city pretty much.
So there's
You have no
not,
well,
family.
it's that, but.
right, so there's not a
Include
conflict of,
Protections to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
One would be you cannot be employed if you're immediate.
Because I know in the
supervisor
past, the city has
Okay.
hired part-time employees with
Mhm.
relation, you know.
This would seem to apply. to
And at
like
one point,
it would seem to apply whether it's part-time or.
It would seem to apply no matter what.
3 years ago, I think 3 or 2 years ago, one of my daughters applied for a job as a clerk. But she couldn't get the job because her sister is the library director, which is
So
two
this
different
does have
positions.
nothing to do with each
It
other.
does,
One would be
but-
supervising the
but
other.
that was applied to,
It shouldn't have been done.
but because I think what happens is
It don't
we need to
matter.
get better clarification of the law because people would just try and follow the law and make sure they don't break any laws, which I understand, of course.
Right.
But that's why I guess we get clarification, but there's this thing where it's been done, it's where it hasn't been done.
Well,
So
and what you just described illustrates kind of the problem with a policy like this is in a city this size, you are limiting the pool of job
Of
applicants, you know, for
applicants.
things that they would otherwise be qualified for. So
But it also protects the city.
there's pros and cons. That's why it's coming to y'all to decide. There's pros and cons. This is
No, I
it's
see
guaranteed
where.
that there's zero chance that anyone is ever.
Where in general, it could be, I'm sorry, in general, where we oversee the department heads, then I can see that, but when it's a general clerk or a part-timer or, a laborer out there, we don't oversee that, they have their supervisors.
But let's put a scenario, we get
Mhm.
a laborer hired, good worker, and he applies for a supervisor position because, okay, he meets all the qualifications and he's good, but okay, he's gonna come to the point to where there's somebody related to somebody on the board. Does that person have to exclude themselves from the vote, or just that can't even happen, period?
So under the policy now, they would be not even working for the city to begin with. So, but you could craft a different policy that says that address that situation where.
I'm saying that somebody is employed already at the city, that we hired somebody under that, it's, okay, I'm gonna say my son-in-law, we hired my son-in-law, and he's a good worker, he meets qualifications for the supervisor position that's open, and he wants to apply. Do we like, we
You
can't
have a
apply?
policy that would allow that.
That's what I'm saying.
And like state conflict of interest rules would still prevent you from having any kind of
Anything to do with it.
interaction with them,
So-
voting or talking about anything.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I know I'd have to exclude myself from it, but
Yes, but it
does
doesn't
policy
make it-
say that he just can't apply for the job, period?
The policy currently is he wouldn't even be working for the city to begin with.
Yeah.
No, he was already hired.
Oh, he was already.
Yeah, I'm
Already
saying, so we hired him and under my son-in-law, we hired my son-in-law because he
Yes.
kind of overlooked it. He's not as a laborer.
It wouldn't be an issue then now.
But if he wants to apply for a director position,
That'd be, under this policy, that'd be fine because he's grandfathered in. That's the same situation we're talking about, where you were elected after he was already hired.
Mhm.
So it wouldn't.
Yeah, he
be-
was
no,
already-
say,
No, the-
but he was hired while I was elected. You know
He
what I'm saying?
couldn't be.
Can be.
He couldn't.
He couldn't, okay.
With this policy, he
Yeah.
can.
Now, if say he got hired a year later, you get elected, a year after that, he's trying to get into a supervisor position. That would be, under this policy, that would be allowed. And state law would still kick in when if he came up and said, hey, I'm disciplined for something, or I'm asking for a raise or whatever, you would need to recuse yourself, but that's true no matter what. That's under state law, so. So if it's, I think that if it's something I want to look into, I think there's a way to craft a policy that opens up a broader pool of people while still maintaining the same protections and the same spirit of this, which is to prevent, corruption and prevent someone from voting in a way that's gonna benefit
Right.
their.
Brother-in-law would still probably fall under that, even if we restrict it, because it's the second,
Well, it would. I'm saying he would be
the second
recused.
degree by affinity, right? Or is it first degree by affinity, right?
Yes.
If your brother-in-law,
First degree.
Your brother-in-law would be your
It'd be
first degree by
second,
affinity,
husband.
second degree
Second
affinity.
degree of affinity.
second degree by
Yeah,
affinity, so
Well, it'd be one
even
degree.
if it
of-
was restricted, it probably still fall under the.
So. We can talk about it again. Or not, it's up to y'all.
Well, I say let's make some recommendations and then see if our attorney can fit it into a revised.
And even a
Nepotism
simpler way to
policy,
do it,
huh?
if you really wanted to, would be just to create an exemption mechanism. Where if somebody on a case by case basis, you bring them to the full council and have y'all
And the
vote.
council has to
Whether
vote.
a person could be hired, that would prevent one person from influencing that, and that would.
And I think that was an option that was
But
discussed.
that,
during the
that's, but isn't that the whole purpose of nepotism? Because we're already elected. And regardless, like I said,
You wouldn't be able to vote on your blood
but it
relation.
doesn't matter. The people don't see it. People in town don't see it. Because we still have an influence on Mr. Arredondo as far as who he hires. You see what I'm saying? We still have the control of who hi- who he hired.
Indirectly.
And that's a political issue, so I can't advise you on that. The optics of it are not something I can,
Like,
help with,
See,
but the legality of it, I can assist you with. But
And again, that's the reasoning why I reached out to you because
Yeah,
of my
because you have
position.
your public works director believes he has a qualified employee that he would love to hire, except for this policy he can. But you have someone in town willing to do work that's skilled at what they do. This policy is preventing him from contributing that to the city. And again, I'm not knocking it or the other, there's pros and cons to having that policy in place. But one of the cons is you exclude someone like this. So that's the reason it's brought up to y'all today.
Yeah, and it's a pick and choose in the past because we've discussed that before. And so currently this person is working as a temp because it was allowed before. If it's a seasonal position,
We're not willing to rise a policy. That's probably something that needs to
Yeah.
end because I don't think it's consistent with the way this is written.
Austin,
So I guess
wouldn't
it's
it-
just to be
'cause I know that
compared.
there's some towns that do have loosened up the nepotism, but also the council has had a resolution and where they are not involved in day-to-day operations to kind of like stop the, I guess, getting in control and stuff like that. Council has passed a resolution where they cannot be involved in day-to-day operations, they cannot be in, like, involved in any punishment or anything, yeah, like giving them the key points where they can, what they can't do of that.
In that type of
To
case.
kind of like secure the, I guess, since you're loosening up the nepotism, it's to secure the city from any doing
Yes.
any illegal action.
And a lot of cities do that either through the city charter, which y'all aren't, wouldn't do it through that, but,
And
the
the
other way
one
to
I
do it
know
would be
they're
like an ethics ordinance where you would say, it's, subject to misconduct, or there's some kind of consequence here if you're found going and get, if I as a council member go to a supervisor and say, hey, give my kid the day off, right? That's clearly abusing my office, and yeah, you could build that into an ethics provision, but, I didn't want to start coming up with options or thinking too much about it before we talked with y'all. So if it's something you want to look,
Correct. At the end of the day, it's council's decision how they
yeah,
would
it's up
like
to you
to
all whether you want to
proceed. But that is the reasoning why,
Yes.
and more so was because we needed to bring the policy back for approval. And then we went about discussing this so that we could make the adjustments needed,
Yeah.
so that we can approve the whole policy handbook.
Yeah, this is gonna be part of your, this is just one thing that's under review as part of the employee handbook. Yeah.
Alrighty. Let me go up numbers.
So no action taken at this time?
It's up to council how y'all would like to give direction
Your
on what
options
y'all
to
wanted
take
to.
action would be to direct me to bring you back some options. Put this on the next agenda and we talk about it again, basically.
Okay.
You could do it by tabling, or you could do it by direct
Okay.
staff to,
It's within the two marriages according to TML.
Huh?
yes, yeah.
According to TML, it's within the first two marriages.
First what?
First two marriages, first and second.
So we'll have to update that too, because even though we know, but like first degree is not listed on there, even though it should be, but
It's within, yeah.
Yeah.
Within.
Yeah. The more degrees you go, the bigger.
the,
Well, it probably should be patterned on the state statute. That we can't go wrong.
okay. So if I don't, do I have a motion or do we want to table it? How do you want to proceed? If not, we can move on to number 17. I discussed and I gave my transparency of reasoning why that was here, so.
Well, I think we need something in writing that we can say yes or not or change.
Well, that's the option now, is if y'all want me to, between now and the next meeting, come up with some options and say, here's what we would maybe replace it with, or here's the points y'all need to make decisions on.
I think that
I'll
would
do
be
that.
the
I didn't want to do that for
best
this
way
meeting,
to
'cause
do
we
it
need to
instead
go
of
through.
hypotheticals and
Yeah.
get together with the attorney and give him some, or see how much the law can be stretched or reduced.
Okay. Good, do I have?
I'd like it
Motion?
from a majority of
Yes.
y'all.
Yeah.
So the motion
Whatever
would
it
be to,
I mean, if you just motion to table this, that at least signals to me, hey, we want to talk more about it, and I'll have options for you next
However
time.
you want to say it.
I make a motion, we table this item until the attorney checks into any other options that we can bring up to the next council meeting.
Very good.
Motion on the table by Council Member Place 3, Alicia Machado. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Council Member Place 5, Rudy Alvarez. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item number 17. discuss, consider an act regarding resignation of council member place number 5.
Is the resignation in the packet?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That's good. I forgot my computer.
No, that's okay. 98 pages.
Okay, so we do have a resignation here for council member place 5. I'm going to read the letter out. Dear Mayor Inocencio, I hereby resign from my position as City Councilman, Place 5, City of Dili, to be effective immediately. It has been a great pleasure to have represented the citizens of Dili, and I want to express my gratitude to my fellow councilpersons for the efforts to make Dili a better place to live. I also want to express my gratitude to the citizens of Dili who place their trust in me. I look forward to continue serving the community in whatever capacity the future has for me. Sincerely, Rudy Alvarez, Council Member, Place 5. Mr. Alvarez, do you have anything to say or council?
No, I think everybody here knows that the purpose of this was I believe it was a suggestion of council that the plans are that I would be considered for a position, and the first step would be to resign. So I understand that correctly?
Any other questions? Okay, we do have to have a motion to approve his resignation or accept his resignation.
Question, so what if
Go
we go
ahead.
back there and he doesn't get the job?
They have two totally separate decisions. So, and that's
So
the,
should he resign now or wait till we come back from executive session and resign at that point?
so you all cannot, you cannot appoint someone
Position.
For the
to a
council.
position that
This
involves
one.
council.
So what I'm saying is, why is he gonna resign if we don't have a consensus?
Hopefully y'all reached a consensus before. My understanding was that this is all worked out.
You see what?
I believe
From the last
there's
meeting,
still
my
an option
understanding
of
was that-
That was just a question, but go ahead, I mean, we're good.
or the council could reappoint me.
Yes.
No, you're correct that he's.
I hope
putting
that's not
trust
the
in-
case, but
He's
Yeah.
putting trust in you that y'all are gonna follow through. Right. Until it happens, there's no way to guarantee it.
Well, I want to say thank you for your service, Mr. Alvarez. I worked many years with you on the council. I've learned a lot from you over the years. We haven't always agreed. We've disagreed sometimes, but at the end of the day, hey, we're still friends. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
I make a motion, we accept your resignation.
Motion by Council Member Place 3, Alicia Machado, as stated. Do I have a second?
I second, Mayor.
Second by Council Member Place 4, Ray Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez, for your service as council member. It is 9:25 PM, executive.
Is it?
Oh, yes, 9:25 PM.
Okay.
The clock's not
I have
changed up
a
there.
See that?
Executive session called pursuant to the Texas Government Code.
Okay, relatives related with the
Chapter-
first degree of
The
the
resume.
five and if you included public official.
What?
Husband, wife,
He's asking you.
father-in-law, mother-in-law, son-in-law, daughter-in-law, stepsons, and daughters.
Yes, we reviewed everything, yeah.
Okay.
Executive session called pursuant on Texas Government Code,
Okay.
Chapter 551, Subchapter D, Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.074, personnel matters to discuss and consider the following items. A, discuss, consider, and act the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, dismissal, or retirement of public officer, employee, city administrator. B, discuss, consider, and act on the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, dismissal, or retirement of public officer or employee, finance director. Because it is stated as a closed session, I do have to ask Mr. Arredondo, would you like this matters to be in closed session or open session? Okay, closed session, so we will go into executive session at 9:26 PM. Open session, it is 10:52. Take action on the following items discussed in executive session. A, action on the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, dismissal, or retirement of public officer, employee, city administrator. Council, do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we accept the city administrator Arredondo's resignation to be in effect as of December 31st. With all decisions between now and then to be working with the mayor so that there's nothing, you communicate with her so that everything can be transit pretty and good. In a pretty way.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 3, Alicia Machado. Do I have a second?
I second, Mayor.
Second by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Arredondo, thank you for your service in the city of Dilley.
Thank you, sir.
B, action on the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, dismissal, or retirement of public officer, employee, finance director. Council, do I have a motion?
Mayor, I move that we hire Mr. Rudy Alvarez as Finance Director for the city of Dilley.
Motion on the table by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda, as stated. Do I have a second?
I'll second it, but he won't start until January the 5th.
Did I need to make
Second by
the salary?
Oh.
second by Alicia Machado. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
None.
Motion passes. Adjournment,
I make a motion, we adjourn the meeting.
adjourned by Councilmember Place 3, Alicia Machado. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We are dismissed at 10:54. Good night, everyone.